I am just a chronicler and welcome you to another video. Since I know many of you watch to relax and fall asleep, I thought it would be nice if you left a comment telling me where you're listening from and if it's raining there. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes. Now, it's time to get comfortable, relax, and begin. They found Brother Mark's body on the eastern wall at dawn. His hands still gripped the stone parapet. His eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. The physicians said his heart had stopped from terror. I know why. I've seen what he saw. Now it's my turn to take the night watch. I'm Brother Thomas. I've been with the Templars for 8 months. This is my first solo watch at the mountain fortress of Montfort. The sun is setting. The shadows are getting longer on the walls. The stone is cold under my feet as I walk the battlements. My sword hangs heavy at my side. The wind whistles through the arrow slits. Far below, the valley is dark. The fortress sits alone on this peak, cut off from the world. Commander Gerard gave me simple orders: walk the walls, watch for threats, report anything unusual. He didn't mention the shadows. He didn't tell me about the figures. The first hour passes quietly. I count my steps. 300 paces from the eastern tower to the western tower. 300 back. The torches flicker in their brackets. The moon is rising. I see the first figure at the edge of my vision. A dark shape against the battlements. When I turn my head, it vanishes. My heart pounds. I grip my sword hilt. The leather wrapping is smooth from years of use. Another figure appears on the western wall. This one is clearer. A man in a Templar's white mantle. He stands motionless, looking out over the valley. I approach slowly. My footsteps echo on the stone. 20 paces away, he disappears. My mouth is dry. Sweat runs down my back despite the cold. I've heard stories about night watch, whispered in the barracks. Stories about men who saw things. Men who went mad, men who died. The figures keep appearing. 1, then 3, then dozens. They line the walls like silent sentinels, all wearing Templar mantles, all staring outward. None of them move. None of them speak. I draw my sword. The blade scrapes against the scabbard. The sound echoes off the walls. The figures don't react. My hands shake as I hold the weapon ready. In the name of God, who are you? My voice cracks. The figures remain still. I approach the nearest one, 10 paces away. 5 paces. 3. I can see details now. The mantle is old, torn and stained. The figure is transparent. I can see the mountain valley through it. It vanishes as I reach for it. Cold air rushes through the space where it stood. My sword passes through nothing. More figures appear. They fill the battlements. Some are clear. Some are barely visible. All are Templars. All are watching. Guarding the way we've guarded this fortress for generations. I remember Brother Mark's words the night before he died. He was shaking in his bunk, muttering prayers. They never leave, he said. They can't leave. They're bound here forever. I understand now. These are the shadows of every Templar who has ever stood watch on these walls. Their duty didn't end with death. They're still here, still watching, still guarding. My legs feel weak. I lean against the parapet. The stone is iscalled. The figures are everywhere now. Hundreds of them. They fill every space along the walls. Silent, watchful, eternal. Hours pass. I can't look away from the figures. They appear and disappear like smoke. Sometimes one turns its head to look at me. The faces are hollow, empty. I see myself among them, a future shadow bound to these walls. The wind grows stronger. It howls through the fortress like the voices of the dead. The torches, gutter and dim. Darkness creeps closer. The figures become clearer in the dark. I try to focus on my duty, watch the walls, report threats, but the only threats are the shadows of dead men. Men who died doing exactly what I'm doing now. My sword is still in my hand. The blade reflects the moonlight. It feels useless against these phantom warriors. What can steel do against shadows? The night grows colder. Frost forms on the stones. My breath comes in white clouds. The figures remain. They don't breathe. They don't move. They just watch. I think about running, abandoning my post, breaking my vows. But where would I go? The fortress is isolated. The mountain paths are treacherous in daylight, deadly at night, and the figures would see me. They would know my shame. A bell tolls midnight. The sound echoes off the mountains. The figures seem to straighten at the sound. Their outlines become sharper, more real. One stands directly in front of me now. I can see through him to the valley. Beyond, he turns his head, looks at me with empty eyes. His face is young, like mine. He lifts a transparent hand, points to the east. Other figures turn, all pointing, warning. I follow their gesture. There's movement in the valley. Torches, many torches, moving up the mountain path. An army approaching in the night. My training takes over. I run to the bell tower, ring the alarm. The fortress wakes. Soldiers rush to the walls. Commander Gerard appears, fully armed. Raiders, he says. At least 100. Good work, Brother Thomas. The battle is short. The raiders are unprepared for an alert fortress. Our arrows find them on the narrow path. They retreat in confusion, leaving their dead behind. Dawn approaches. The figures are fading. But before they disappear, I see them nod. Just once, acknowledging, accepting, we protected the fortress together. Commander Gerard finds me at sunrise. Well done, he says. But you look troubled. I tell him everything. The figures, the shadows, the warning. He listens without speaking. You're not the first to see them, he says finally. The old guard watches with us, always has, always will. That's why we post a single watchman, so they can make themselves known. Will I see them again? Every night you stand watch. They're part of us now, part of our duty, part of our oath. He's right. I understand now why Brother Mark died. Not from fear of the shadows, but from the weight of understanding. We don't just guard this fortress for our lifetime. We guard it forever. The sun is rising. The figures are gone. But I know they're still here, watching, waiting. Tonight, I'll stand watch again. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm part of something older and deeper than I knew. I am a Templar. This is my duty. In life and death, we guard these walls. The eternal vigil continues. Brother Mark's body is being prepared for burial. They'll lay him to rest in the fortress cemetery, beneath the walls he guarded. Tonight, his shadow will join the others. Another sentinel in our ghostly guard. I should rest. Tonight, I'll walk the walls again. The old guard will be waiting. We'll watch together, the living and the dead, protecting this fortress as we have for generations. This is what it means to be a Templar. Our duty never ends. Our watch never stops. We are bound to these walls, in this life and the next. The eternal vigil continues, and I am part of it now, forever. Story 2. I shouldn't have opened that book. 3 weeks in this remote monastery, and I'd managed to keep my curiosity in check. But that manuscript, bound in cracked leather, its pages yellow with age, it called to me. Now the whispers won't stop. They follow me through the stone corridors. They know things about my brothers, things no one should know. My name is Brother William. I'm a Templar scholar, sent to catalogue this monastery's library. The building sits on a cliff edge in the Pyrenees. The nearest village is 2 days' ride away. We are 15 brothers here, cut off from the world. The manuscript was behind a loose stone in the library wall. I found it while measuring the room's dimensions. The stone moved under my hand. The book fell out. No markings on the cover, no title page, just cramped Latin text and strange diagrams. I started reading after evening prayers. The first pages described a ritual, something about opening doors between worlds. I thought it was nonsense, monks' ravings. Then I heard the first whisper. It came from the corner of my cell, a voice like dry leaves. Brother Marcus takes extra wine. I looked up, no one there, just shadows from my candle. The voice came again. Brother Joseph writes letters to a woman. Different tone, closer now. By my ear, my hands shook. Sweat ran down my back. I closed the manuscript, put it under my pallet, tried to sleep. The whispers followed me to morning prayers. They told me secrets. Brother Anthony steals from the kitchen. Brother Peter has thoughts of heresy. Brother James doubts his vows. I couldn't focus on the prayers. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They knew everything about everyone. Small sins, hidden thoughts, private moments. After breakfast, I went back to the manuscript. The diagrams made more sense now. They showed pathways, tunnels under the monastery, places where the walls were thin, not between rooms, between worlds. The whispers led me to the first door. A crack in the chapel wall, hidden behind a tapestry. I pressed my ear against it, heard chanting in a language I didn't know. Brother Marcus found me there. What are you doing? I jumped back. Nothing, checking the stonework. He frowned. You look unwell, Brother William. Perhaps you should rest. The whispers told me about the gold he'd hidden, the letters he'd written to Rome, the lies he'd told. I stayed in my cell that afternoon. Read more of the manuscript. The ritual needed certain things. Candles made from human fat, chalk from crushed bones, blood freely given. The whispers told me where to find them. That night, I followed the whispers to the cellar, found a door behind the wine barrels. It opened into a tunnel. The air was cold, damp. The whispers echoed off the walls. The tunnel led to a chamber, circular, old, older than the monastery. Symbols carved into the floor. The whispers were clearer here, stronger. They showed me what to do. I drew the circles with bone. Chalk lit the candles. The flames burned blue. The whispers rose to a chorus. They told me everyone's secrets, every sin, every doubt, every hidden shame. Brother Marcus followed me, found me in the chamber. Stop this, he said. That manuscript, we hid it for a reason. The whispers told me his biggest secret, the real reason he came to the monastery, the blood on his hands. I know what you did, I said. My voice sounded strange. I know about the merchant in Lion, his wife, his children. He stepped back. How? They tell me everything. The whispers filled the chamber now. 1,000 voices speaking at once. Every sin, every crime, every dark thought. The manuscript is evil, he said. It drives men mad, makes them hear things, see things. We sealed it away 50 years ago. It shows the truth. The whispers were screaming now. They tore at my mind, showed me things I didn't want to see. Horrible things, true things. Brother Marcus reached for me. Give me the book. I backed away. The whispers told me what he'd planned, how he'd silence me, hide the truth again. The ritual isn't finished, I said. The words weren't mine anymore. The whispers spoke through me. The door isn't open yet. There is no door. He grabbed my arm. Only madness. I pushed him away. He stumbled, fell. His head hit the stone floor. Blood spread in a dark pool. The whispers roared. The candles flared. The blood reached the chalk circles. Something opened. Not a door, a mirror. It showed me everything, everyone, all the secrets, all the sins, all the darkness we hide inside. I saw myself, my own secrets, my own sins, my own darkness. The whispers weren't coming from the walls. They were coming from me, from all of us. The manuscript just made me hear them. Brother Marcus groaned, tried to stand. I helped him up. His blood had smeared the circles. The mirror faded. The whispers quieted. Now you understand, he said. His voice was weak. Why we hid it. The whispers. There. Us. Our own thoughts. Our own judgments. The manuscript makes us hear them. Makes us think there's something else. Something external, but they're not. We climbed back to the monastery. The other brothers found us, treated Marcus's wound. I told them everything. The abbot knew about the manuscript. Each generation, he said, someone finds it, hears the whispers, learns the truth about themselves, about all of us. What do we do with it? Hide it again in a new place. Wait for the next one. We sealed the manuscript in a new wall. Different library, different loose stone. The whispers are quieter now, almost gone. But sometimes, in the dark hours before dawn, I still hear them. Not from the walls, from inside. They remind me of what I learned. We all have secrets. We all have scenes. We all have darkness. The manuscript didn't create the whispers. It just made me hear what was already there. Brother Marcus recovered. We don't talk about what happened, about what the whispers revealed. Some truths are better left unspoken. I still catalog the library, check the walls, make sure the stone stays tight. The manuscript waits behind it, waiting for the next brother who needs to hear the whispers, who needs to see the truth. Maybe that's why we keep it, why we don't destroy it. Sometimes we need to hear those whispers, need to face those truths, need to see ourselves in that dark mirror. But not yet, not again. For now, the manuscript stays sealed, the whispers stay quiet. And we carry our secrets in silence, as we always have. Until the next time, until the next brother, until the next truth that needs to be heard. The whispers will be waiting. Story 3. The marks started appearing after the first disappearance. Strange patterns in the dirt, like writing, but not in any language I knew. By the third night, only 4 of us remained. Now, I understand what the marks mean. I wish I didn't. I am Brother Richard, commander of this Templar escort. We left Jerusalem 8 days ago with 12 pilgrims and 6 knights. Our mission was simple. Guard these faithful souls on their journey to Rome. The road is dangerous. Bandits prey on travelers. But what hunts us now isn't human. The first day passed normally. We rode at a steady pace. The pilgrims walked beside our horses. They sang hymns, prayed, asked us about our battles. Normal pilgrims seeking normal blessings. We made camp at sunset. Standard procedure, 2 nights on watch. The rest sleeping in shifts. I took first watch with Brother Michael. Nothing unusual in the darkness. Just wind and distant animal cries. The trouble started at dawn. 1 pilgrim missing. Sarah, a merchant's widow from England. Her bedroll was empty. Cold. No signs of struggle. No footprints leading away from camp. But there were marks on the ground where she'd slept. Curved lines, circles, shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. Brother Michael said they reminded him of scripture, but twisted somehow. Wrong. We searched for 2 hours, found nothing. The other pilgrims wanted to turn back. I refused. The road ahead was safer than returning alone. We continued west. That night, I doubled the watch. For nights awake, to walking the camp's perimeter, to watching the pilgrims. The moon was full. The air was cold. I heard Brother Thomas shout near midnight, ran to his position. He pointed at the ground. More marks, fresh ones. The dirt was still settling, like something had just written them. We woke everyone, counted heads. Another pilgrim gone. Jacob, a stonemason from France. His blanket was still warm. The marks surrounded his sleeping spot. Different pattern this time, more complex. The pilgrims started whispering, talking about demons, evil spirits, ancient curses. I ordered them to stop. Fear spreads like disease in the dark. Brother Michael studied the marks, said they looked like protection symbols, but reversed. Not keeping evil out, keeping something in. Dawn brought arguments. The pilgrims demanded we return to Jerusalem. 3 knights agreed with them. I lost my temper, reminded them of their oaths, their duty. They stayed, but nobody slept that morning. We rode hard. All day, the pilgrims stopped singing, stopped talking, just walked with their heads down, counting rosary beads, muttering prayers. The 3rd night was the worst. We didn't make a proper camp, just stopped in a circle, horses facing outward. Everyone awake, watching the darkness. The marks appeared while we watched, scratched themselves into the dirt. No hand holding the stick, no wind moving the stones, just lines carving themselves into the ground. Brother Thomas broke first, ran into the darkness, screaming about judgment. Brother Michael went after him. Neither came back. The marks spread that night, covered the ground around us, formed patterns, pictures. I recognized some of them. Templar symbols, our sacred geometries, but wrong, backwards, corrupted. Morning showed us what we'd lost. 4 pilgrims gone, 2 knights missing. No bodies, no tracks, just those marks, spreading like a disease across the earth. The survivors huddled together, 7 people, 3 knights, including me, for pilgrims. The horses were nervous, rolling their eyes, showing teeth. I made a decision. We would reach the nearest Templar fortress, 2 days' ride west. The pilgrims could barely walk, but fear pushed them forward. The marks followed us, appeared in our footprints, formed in the dust our horses kicked up. Brother James said he saw them in his dreams. Said they were trying to tell him something. He disappeared that afternoon. One moment riding beside me, the next gone. His horse kept walking, empty saddle swaying. The marks bloomed where he'd been sitting. Night fell. We didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The 2 remaining pilgrims rode double with us nights. Nobody spoke. The sound of hooves on dirt was like a drumbeat. The marks danced in the moonlight behind us. Brother Michael's horse stumbled near midnight. Broke its leg in a hole that wasn't there a second before. The marks surrounded it immediately. Started climbing its legs like vines. Michael cut the horse's throat. Mercy. Kill. The marks drank the blood. Turned from black to red. Started glowing. We rode faster. The pilgrims prayed louder. I felt something watching us. Not from the darkness, from the marks themselves. Like eyes opening in the earth. The fortress appeared at dawn. Grey walls, solid gates, safety. The marks stopped 100 yards back, formed a line, waited. The guards let us in. 5 survivors, 2 knights, 3 pilgrims, all half mad with exhaustion and fear. The commander questioned us. Separately, asked about the marks. Said other groups had reported similar things. Disappearances on the pilgrim road. Strange writings in the dirt. He showed me their records. Reports going back decades. Always the same. Small groups vanishing. Marks left behind. Survivors babbling about symbols and judgment. The patterns were changing, he said. Growing more complex. Spreading further from the road. Like something was learning. Testing. Looking for weaknesses. We stayed at the Fortress 3 days. The marks never came closer. Just waited beyond the walls. Watching with their ground eye shapes. Patient as death. The pilgrims left with a larger escort. 30 knights. Heavy siege weapons. Holy relics for protection. They made it to Rome, I heard later. Never saw a single mark. I stayed at the fortress. Studied the reports. Learned the patterns. The marks are old. Older than the Templars. Older than Jerusalem. Maybe older than time itself. They're not demons. Not spirits. Not curses. There's something else. Something that was here before us. Something that watches, waits, takes. The Pilgrim's Road is closed now. We tell people it's bandits. Easier than explaining the truth. Easier than admitting what we don't understand. But the marks are spreading, moving away from the road, appearing in fields, villages, city streets, always at night, always taking people. I've learned to read some of them, not their meaning, but their intent. The simple ones just watch. The complex ones take. The red ones. The red ones do something worse. The commander says we'll contain them, drive them back, protect the innocent. But he's wrong. We're not containing them. They're containing us. Every night, I check the ground around my bed. Look for curved lines, twisted circles, eye shapes in the dirt. So far, nothing. But they're patient. They can wait. They'll come for me eventually. Come for all of us. The marks have a plan, a purpose. We're just too small to see it. Too brief to understand it. All we can do is watch, wait, and pray we're ready when they finally decide to show us what they really are. The Pilgrim's Road is quiet now, empty, safe, but the marks are still there, still spreading, still watching, still hungry. Story 4. The relic shows me things. Twisted versions of myself. Each day, my reflection grows older, darker, more desperate. Today I saw myself screaming, pounding against the inside of its silver surface. I've been in this cell for 30 days. I'm starting to understand why the last guardian went mad. I am Brother Stephen. The order assigned me to guard the mirror of Antioch. They didn't tell me what it was, just that it needed protection 24 hours a day, in a windowless cell beneath. The castle, the cell, is 10 paces wide, 8 paces long, stone walls, stone floor, 1 wooden chair, 1 narrow bed, 1 iron-bound door, and the relic. It looks like a simple silver disc, 2 feet across, mounted on the wall. The surface is polished to perfect smoothness. It doesn't reflect the room correctly. The angles are wrong. The shadows move when they shouldn't. The first week was simple. I kept watch, prayed, slept when Brother Thomas brought food. Normal guard duty, just underground. I noticed the strange reflections on day 8. My face looked older in the silver surface. Grey hair wrinkles. But when I touched my face, my skin was smooth. My hair was dark. Day 10, the reflection moved wrong. I raised my right hand. The reflection raised its left. I stepped forward. It stepped back. Small things, easy to dismiss as tricks of light. Day 12, the reflection spoke. No sound, just lips moving, forming words I couldn't understand. I pressed my ear to the silver, heard whispers like wind through dead leaves. Brother Thomas noticed something wrong when he brought my meal. "You look pale," he said. "Are you sleeping?" "The relic," I said. "It shows things. All relics show things. That's why we guard them." He left quickly. The door's lock echoed in the stone cell. Day 15. The reflection aged years in hours. I watched my hair turn white, my skin wrinkle, my eyes sink into dark hollows, but only in the silver surface. My real face stayed young. I stopped, looking directly at it, watched it from the corner of my eye. The reflection didn't like that. It began to pace, back and forth in its silver world, watching me, waiting. Day 18, I woke to screaming. The reflection was pressed against the silver, mouth open, eyes wild, fists pounding soundlessly. I could see its cell behind it. A mirror of mine, but darker, decaying. "What do you want?" I asked it. The words echoed wrong. The whispers answered from the silver. Still couldn't understand. Then, day 20, Brother Thomas brought the abbot. They watched me eat, watched me pray, asked questions about my health, my faith, my duty. "The relic tests us," the abbot said. "Shows us what we might become, what we fear becoming." "How long?" I asked. "How long must I watch it? Until the next guardian is chosen." He didn't meet my eyes. They left quickly. Day 23, the reflection grew older. Ancient skin like parchment stretched over bones, but its movements were younger, faster, more desperate. It wrote on its walls with something dark. Symbols I shouldn't understand, but did. I found myself writing the same symbols on my walls. Couldn't stop my hands. The whispers grew louder, almost clear now. Day 25. The reflection changed, showed me younger, much younger, a novice in white robes, fresh-faced, innocent, but its eyes were wrong. Old eyes, mad eyes. It smiled at me with too many teeth. I covered the relic with my blanket. The whispers screamed. The silver grew hot. The blanket burned away in seconds. The reflection laughed silently. Day 27. Brother Thomas stopped coming. Different monks brought food. They wouldn't look at me, wouldn't speak. Just pushed bread and water through the door slot and hurried away. The reflection wrote more symbols. I wrote them too. They told a story about a mirror that wasn't a mirror, about a trap that caught souls instead of bodies, about guardians who watched themselves grow old and mad in its silver surface. Day 30. Today now. The reflection shows me true things. I understand the whispers now. They tell me about the other guardians, hundreds of them, all trapped in the silver, all watching, all waiting. The reflection is me, a future me, a trapped me, trying to warn me, or trying to trick me. I can't tell anymore. My hands shake as I write this. The symbols cover every wall now. The reflection watches me write, copies my movements exactly now. No more differences, no more warnings. I know what the relic is, not a holy thing, not a blessed thing, a hungry thing, a patient thing. It doesn't just show reflections, it collects them, stores them, feeds on them. The other guardians are in there. I see them sometimes, shadows behind my reflection, pressing against the silver. Hundreds of faces, hundreds of versions of me, all at different ages, all trapped. The whispers tell me how it works. The relic doesn't take you all at once. It takes pieces, small pieces, every time you look at it. Every time you see yourself growing older, growing madder, it takes another piece. I've looked at it for 30 days. How much of me is left? How much is already in there, pressed against the silver with all the others? The door is locked. The cell is sealed. No windows, no exits. Just stone walls covered in symbols that tell the truth about this thing we call a relic. My reflection watches me write. Its pen moves exactly like mine. Its hands shake exactly like mine. But it's starting to smile. I'm not smiling. They'll find these words someday, scratched into the walls, warning the next guardian. Like all the other warnings I can see now, hundreds of messages, hundreds of guardians, all trying to warn the next one. The relic shows me things, true things, future things. I see myself in there now, not a reflection anymore. The real me, trapped behind silver, screaming without sound, writing without end. The next guardian will come soon. I'll watch them from behind the silver. Watch them. Learn what I learned. Watch them write what I wrote. Watch them join us in this endless reflection. The whispers are clear now. They tell me it's time. Time to step through. Time to join the others. Time to become just another face pressed against the silver. My reflection reaches for me. I reach back. The silver feels warm under my fingers, soft, like water. I understand now. I understand everything. This is my last warning, my last message, for whoever guards the mirror of Antioch next. Don't look at your reflection. Don't listen to the whispers. Don't write on the walls, but you will. We all did. The silver is calling. My reflection waits. It's time to step through. Story 5. The boy's screams stopped an hour ago. Through the thick oak door, I can still hear him breathing, ragged, desperate, like a wounded animal. Brother Gerard told me this was a test of the recruit's purity. But in my visions, I see what Gerard really is, what he's done to the others, what he plans to do to me. I am Brother Daniel. For 12 years, I've conducted the Templar purity ritual for new recruits. Take them to the abandoned chapel. Lock them inside for a night. Let God test their faith, simple, clean, sacred. Tonight is different. The recruit is Thomas, a baker's son from Lyon, 16 years old, eager to serve God. Brother Gerard insisted on supervising this ritual personally. I should have questioned why. The chapel stands apart from the main monastery. Stone walls black with age, roof half collapsed, one circular window high above the altar. The moon shines through it now, casting a pale circle on the floor. Thomas went in at sunset. Brother Gerard gave him the usual instructions: pray through the night, confess your sins, face your fears, emerge purified at dawn. I took my post outside the door. Standard procedure: listen for any signs of distress. Ensure no one enters or leaves. Gerard stayed too. Unusual, the supervising priest never stays. The first hour passed quietly, whispered prayers, shuffling footsteps, normal sounds of a nervous recruit facing his test. Then Thomas gasped, a sharp, sudden sound. "Brother," he called, "there's someone in here." "You're alone," Gerard answered. "It's part of the test." "No, I see someone, in the shadows by the altar." I looked at Gerard. He smiled, wrong kind of smile, like he expected this. Thomas's voice rose higher. "He's coming closer. I know him. You're dead. You died last winter." My skin went cold. Peter, another recruit, found frozen in the snow after his test. Gerard had supervised that ritual too. "Brother Gerard," Thomas screamed. "Your face. What's wrong with your face?" Gerard's smile widened. His teeth looked sharper in the moonlight. "Tell me what you see, boy. Your skin, it's moving. Like worms." Under Thomas retched. The sound echoed off stone. The visions hit me then. Flashes of memory. Not mine. Other recruits. Other tests. Gerard standing over them. His face changing. His hands changing. The things he did to them. My head pounded. Stomach churned. The visions kept coming. 5 recruits over 3 years. All when Gerard supervised. All found dead or mad after their test. "Brother Daniel." Thomas's voice shook. "Help me, please. He's not human." Gerard turned to me. His face rippled. Just for a second, enough to see what lived behind it. "Stay at your post, Brother Daniel. The test isn't finished." Thomas started screaming, high desperate sounds. Things crashed inside the chapel, running footsteps, flesh hitting stone. "Stop this," I said. Reached for the door. Gerard grabbed my arm. His hand burned cold through my robe. "You see it now, don't you? What I really am. What they sent me to find. More visions. Older ones. Gerard in other places. Other times. Other faces. Always hunting. Always testing. Always feeding on fear. The pure ones show it to me," he said. "In their terror. In their prayers. They see through my mask. See what I am, like you do now." Thomas's screams turned wet, choking sounds. Things cracked inside him. I pulled away from Gerard, drew my dagger. Blessed steel meant to protect the innocent. Let him go, or what? His face rippled again. Features melted like wax. "Reformed wrong, you'll stab me. Others have tried. I've worn this flesh for 30 years, made it strong, made it holy." The door shook. Thomas threw himself against it. "Please," he sobbed. "Don't let it take me. Don't let it." Gerard moved faster than human. Grabbed my throat, slammed me against the wall. His fingers were too long. Too sharp. Watch, he hissed. Watch what purity means. The visions overwhelmed me, showed me everything. Gerard's true form, the thing that wore Brother Gerard's flesh like a robe. Ancient, patient, hungry for pure souls. Thomas screamed one last time, a sound no human throat should make. Then silence. Gerard released me. His face settled back into human shape. Go in, he said. See what happens to the pure ones. My legs shook as I opened the door. The chapel was dark. The moon had passed the window. Thomas lay curled by the altar, still breathing, still whole. But his eyes, beautiful, isn't it? Gerard stood beside me. True purity, true faith. He saw me completely, saw everything I am. His mind couldn't handle it. But his soul, he inhaled deeply, delicious. You're a demon, angel, God, devil. Human words for things you can't understand. He touched Thomas's forehead. The boy whimpered. I am a test, the ultimate test. I find the pure ones, the ones who can see truth, and I appreciate them. The others, the dead ones, not pure enough, couldn't see me properly, broke too quickly. But this one, he stroked Thomas's hair. He'll live, serve the order, a perfect empty vessel, like all the others I've approved over the centuries. My dagger was still in my hand. I lunged, drove the blade into his chest. Gerard laughed. The sound echoed wrongly. Brave, stupid, but brave. His chest absorbed the blade, consumed it. You see, clearly, too, Brother Daniel. Not pure like the boy, but clear enough. I'll tell the order. Warn them, they know. He smiled with too many teeth. Why do you think they keep me? Every holy order needs its tests, its guardians, its hunters of pure souls. The thing wearing Gerard's face stepped closer. Its shadow spread across the floor like spilled ink. Now you have a choice, Brother Daniel. Join me. Help me test them. Or end up like young Thomas here. Empty, useful, pure. I ran through dark corridors, past sleeping monks, into the night. Behind me, Gerard's laugh followed, echoed, multiplied. I reached the abbot's cell, pounded on his door. Brother Gerard, I gasped. The chapel, Thomas, the abbot, opened his door. Looked at me with tired eyes, old eyes, knowing eyes. Ah, he said. You saw him clearly, didn't you? Took you 12 years, longer than most. You know, you've always known. Every order needs its tests, Brother Daniel, its hunters, its guardians. He smiled Gerard's smile. Wrong smile. His face rippled in the darkness. Would you like to become one? I write this now from a traveler's inn, 3 days' ride from the monastery. My hands shake. My mind breaks whenever I remember Gerard's true face. The visions still come. They'll find me eventually. Gerard, the abbot, the things that wear their faces, the things that test young souls for purity. But someone needs to know. Someone needs to warn the pure ones, the clear-sighted ones, the ones who can see through holy masks to the hungry things beneath. I see them everywhere now, in every church, every monastery, every holy place, wearing faces like robes, testing, hunting, feeding. The purity test continues. It never stops. And now I understand why they chose me to help, why they kept me so long. I see too clearly now. God help me. I see everything. Story 6. The words on the crypt wall changed again. I saw them shift, like insects crawling across stone. Yesterday, they predicted fire. Today, they speak of betrayal. My brothers avoid me now. They know I'm marked. They know I've read the prophecy of our order's fall. I am Brother Lucas. 3 months ago, I discovered the ancient inscription in the lower crypts of our fortress. Simple Latin text, carved into black stone. A prophecy about the Templars, about our end. The first reading seemed straightforward, basic warnings about pride and corruption, things every religious order fears. I reported it to Commander Xavier. He ordered me to study it further, document everything. No one told me the words would change. No one warned me they would speak. The crypt is 30 feet underground. Stone stairs descend in a spiral, torch brackets every 10 steps. The air gets colder as you go down, smells of old death and older secrets. The prophecy covers the far wall. 20 lines of text. The letters are deep cut, filled with something that gleams like wet ink. They weren't like that at first. They changed after I read them aloud. Brother Matthew was with me that first day. We took turns copying the text. His hand shook as he wrote. "Something's wrong," he said. "The words, they're moving." I saw it too. Subtle shifts. Letters rearranging themselves when we looked away. The meaning stayed similar, but darker, more specific. Matthew refused to return after that. Smart man, I had to. Continue alone. Commander's orders. The changes accelerated. Every visit showed new words, new warnings. The prophecy grew longer, spread across adjacent walls. The ink-filled letters pulsed like living things. Week 2, the whispers started. Faint voices from the walls, speaking in Latin, Arabic, languages I didn't know. They told secrets about my brothers, things no one should know. Brother Thomas beats himself with chains when alone. Brother William doubts the existence of God. Brother Richard plots against the commander. I reported some of these to Xavier, tried to warn him. He already knew. The prophecy shows truth, he said. Best to let it speak. Week 4, the other monks stopped talking to me. They crossed themselves when I passed, whispered about my marked appearance. I saw nothing different in mirrors, but the prophecy showed me another face. Older, harder, haunted. The words kept changing, kept spreading. Covered the ceiling now. Dripped that strange ink onto the floor. The whispers grew louder. Showed me more secrets, more scenes. Commander Xavier took bribes in Jerusalem. Brother Anthony murdered a merchant in Damascus. Brother Peter worships older gods in secret. Week 6, Brother Matthew died, found hanging in his cell. The prophecy had shown me this, showed me all the deaths to come. The whispers followed me above ground now, echoed in empty corridors, spoke in my dreams, showed me the future, our future, the order's end, betrayal from within. Accusations of heresy, arrest, torture, fire. I tried to stop reading, tried to stay away from the crypt. The words appeared in my cell instead, carved themselves into my walls at night, spoke directly into my mind. Week 8, the prophecy showed me names, dates, places, specific details of our destruction. I wrote them down, showed Xavier. He burned the papers, ordered me to keep reading, keep recording. We need to know, he said. Need to prepare. It's driving me mad, I told him. Madness comes to all who see truth clearly. His eyes were strange. The prophecy had shown me why. The whispers revealed Xavier's secret. He'd found the prophecy years ago, read it himself, sent others to study it. All dead now, all mad. I was just the latest sacrifice to his obsession. Week 10. The words cover my skin now, appear like bruises under my robes, tell their stories on my flesh. I can't wash them off, can't scrape them away. They just write themselves deeper. The other monks see them too. See the prophecy spreading, consuming. They lock their doors at night, pray for protection from my cursed presence. The whispers show me everything now, past, present, future, every sin, every secret, every betrayal to come. Brother James will deny us 3 times. Brother Michael will burn in Paris. Brother Thomas will die screaming God's name in vain. Week 12. The prophecy speaks constantly now. No more whispers, clear voices, hundreds of them. Dead brothers, future brothers, all telling our story, all showing our end. Xavier comes to my cell each night, demands new revelations, new warnings. His face changes as he listens, becomes the thing the prophecy showed me, the thing he really is. Not human anymore, not after years of reading, years of listening, years of knowing. The words spread faster now, cover every surface I see, every wall, every floor, every face. They show me how it ends, how it all ends. Fire, always fire. Burning flesh, burning faith, burning order, today. Marks 3 months. The prophecy fills my world now, speaks through my mouth, writes with my hands, shows me truth after truth after truth. Our order will fall. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. The date burns in my mind, written in those ink-filled letters, carved into my bones. Friday the 13th, October 1307. The King of France will arrest us. The Pope will abandon us. The people will curse us. The fires will burn us. I see it all, every detail, every scream, every betrayal. The prophecy shows me who will survive, who will break, who will burn, who will deny, who will stay faithful to the end. Xavier doesn't visit anymore. The prophecy showed him his own fate, showed him the special fire they'll build just for him, showed him how long it takes to burn. My brothers avoid the crypt now, avoid me. They see the words crawling under my skin, hear the voices speaking through my lips. No, I'm already lost. But I have to write this down, have to warn others. The prophecy demands it. The voices insist. The words cover the pages as I write, change as I read them, show new truths, new horrors. If you find this, know our fate, know our end. The prophecy never lies, never changes what will be, only shows what must come. The whispers tell me it's time, time to join the voices in the wall, time to become part of the prophecy itself. The ink drips from my skin now, forms patterns on the floor, letters, words, truths. I am Brother Lucas, last reader of the prophecy, last warning. Before the fire, our end comes. The prophecy says so, and the prophecy never lies. Story 7. The coins appeared in my bag 3 days ago. 10 gold pieces. They weren't there when I left Jerusalem. I've tried to return them 4 times. Each time, they come back. Last night I heard them whispering. They know my name. I am Brother Francis, a Templar banker. For 15 years, I've handled the Order's wealth, counted coins, tracked shipments, managed transactions, never once touched what wasn't mine, until now. It started with a routine inventory, a chest of donations bound for the Grand Master. I counted every coin twice, as protocol demands. 512 gold pieces. I sealed the chest myself. The next morning, the count was wrong. 502 pieces. 10 coins missing. I checked my records, checked the seals. Everything looked correct. Impossible for anyone to steal them. Then, I found them in my travel bag. 10 gold pieces. Perfect condition. No wear marks. No scratches. Too perfect. I reported the discrepancy immediately. Brother Marcus, my superior, supervised a complete recount. The chest now contained 512 coins again. The exact right amount. But the coins in my bag. I started to explain. What coins? Marcus asked. He stared at my open bag. Empty. No gold in sight. I found them that night, under my pillow. Same 10 coins. Same perfect condition. I recognized them by their weight, their shine, their wrongness. The next morning, I put them in the offering box at chapel, watched them drop, heard them clink against the wood, watched Brother Thomas empty the box after prayers. They were back in my pocket before sunset. I tried burying them in the garden, throwing them in the well, giving them to a beggar. Nothing worked. They always returned. Brother Marcus noticed my distraction. You seem troubled, he said during evening accounts. I'm fine. The coins felt heavy in my pocket, warm, like they were listening. The temptation of gold affects many brothers, he said. Best to confess such thoughts. Quickly, but what was there to confess? I hadn't stolen anything. The coins chose me, followed me, haunted me. On the 4th night, they spoke. I was counting them again. A habit now. Obsession maybe. They felt different in the candlelight. Alive somehow. Francis, a whisper like sliding metal. Faithful Francis. Honest Francis. Poor Francis. I dropped the coins. They hit the floor but didn't roll. Landed in a perfect circle. We chose you, they whispered. Chose your clean hands, your pure heart, your empty purse. What are you? Gold. The word hissed from 10 metal mouths. True gold, first gold. Gold that was before men, before light, before law. I tried to pray. The words stuck in my throat. The coins grew warmer, brighter. We offer ourselves, they said. Freely given, freely taken. No sin, no theft, no betrayal. I serve God, I said. Not gold, they laughed. The sound like breaking glass. Your order serves us, counts us, hoards us, kills for us. Why not you? That's different. We protect wealth, transport it. We don't lie. The word burned. You want us, need us, dream of us. All men do. They were right. 15 years handling fortunes. Never taking a coin. Never yielding to temptation. But wanting. Always wanting. Take us, they whispered. Use us. Free yourself. I reached for them, stopped. What's the price? Truth. They glowed brighter. Show your brothers what gold truly means. What it truly does. What it truly is. How? Keep us. Watch us. Work. Watch faith fail. Watch greed grow. Watch truth spread. I left them on the floor. Tried to sleep. Heard them whispering all night. promises, temptations, truths. The next day, things changed. I saw differently, saw clearly. Brother Marcus skimming from merchant deposits. Brother Thomas selling letters of credit at profit. Brother William accepting bribes for favorable accounts. The coins showed me everything, every secret transaction, every hidden purse, every quiet betrayal. Your brothers love us more than God, the coins whispered at night. Show them, show everyone. I started keeping records, names, amounts, dates. The evidence mounted, the corruption spread. The coins grew warmer, brighter, hungrier. Brother Marcus noticed the records. Dangerous observations, he said. Best to keep such things private. Like the French merchant's payment, I asked. The one that never reached our books. His face changed. Who told you? The gold knows, I said. The coins burned. In my pocket, the gold sees everything. He tried to bribe me first, threaten me second. The coins laughed at both attempts. I showed my records to the Grand Master, proved every accusation, watched 3 brothers arrested, watched faith shatter, watched truth spread. Well done, the coins whispered. Now show more, tell more, break more. I did. I showed every secret, told every truth, broke every illusion. The order's wealth wasn't holy, wasn't blessed, wasn't pure. Just gold, hungry gold. Ancient gold. Gold that was before light, before law, before God. They arrested me yesterday, found my records, heard my accusations, called me mad. The coins don't care. They got what they wanted. Truth exposed, faith broken, greed revealed. They still whisper at night, still show me secrets, still tell me truths. More brothers are finding coins now. Perfect coins, ancient coins, whispering coins. The truth spreads, the hunger grows, the gold works. I'm not mad, just clear, just honest, just true. The coins chose well, chose clean hands, pure heart, empty purse. They're waiting now, watching, working. Gold that was before men, before light, before law. Gold that knows, gold that shows, gold that breaks. They're coming for you next. Listen for the whispers, watch for the shine. The coins know your name too. Story 8. The footprints circled the village for the 18th time. I have been following them for 6 hours. They're my own tracks, but I haven't made them yet. Each time I complete the circle, more appear. I can't leave, can't stop walking, can't escape what's waiting for me in the empty houses. I am Sergeant Robert of the Templar Order. I was leading a routine night patrol around the village of St. Martin. Just me and my horse. Simple duty, check for bandits, watch for fires, keep the peace. I found the first tracks at midnight. Clear boot prints in the mud. Military issue, Templar standard. Leading into the village from the north road. Fresh, despite the rain. Earlier, I followed protocol, dismounted, drew my sword, tracked them to the village edge. No lights in any windows. No smoke from any chimneys. The place looked empty. The tracks led to the first house. Door open, inside, dark. I called out, no response. The footprints continued through the house, out the back, around to the next building. My torch showed empty rooms, cold hearths, tables set for meals never eaten, beds still made, like everyone just walked away at once. The tracks made a perfect circle, past every house, every shop, every barn. end to end. No deviations, no stops, just walking. I reached my starting point, found new tracks, same boot prints, same pattern, starting another circle. That's when I noticed they were my size, my tread pattern, my gait length, exactly like mine, but I hadn't made them. I followed the second circuit, had to know, had to understand. The village stayed silent, empty, watching. Third circuit, more tracks appeared ahead of me, always ahead, always leading, always mine. Fourth circuit, I tried to leave, turned my horse toward the road. The animal refused to move, stood trembling, seeing something I couldn't. Fifth circuit, the footprints began to glow, faint blue light, like foxfire on dead wood, marking the path I had to walk. Sixth circuit, I heard things in the houses, movements, whispers, scratching at walls. Never saw anything when I looked. Seventh circuit, my legs kept walking, couldn't stop them, couldn't break the circle, couldn't escape the path. Eighth circuit, the whispers got louder, called my name, spoke in dead languages, told me what waited in the darkness. Ninth circuit, I saw shadows in windows, human shapes, wrong shapes. They watched me walk, waited for me to understand. 10th circuit, the glowing footprints showed memories, each step a vision. This village, a week ago, a month, a year, always empty, always waiting. 11th circuit, I remembered stories, villages that vanished overnight, places where people walked in circles until they disappeared. Traps for the paranoid, the obsessed, the lost. 12th circuit. My torch died, the footprints lit my way. Brighter now, hungry. 13th circuit, the shadows moved closer, pressed against windows, reached through walls, almost solid. 14th circuit. I saw my own back walking ahead of me, another me, following another set of tracks, making new ones for me to follow. 15th circuit, the whispers explained, showed me the truth. This village was never real, just a circle, a trap, a test. 16th circuit, more of me appeared, dozens walking the circle, each following their own tracks, each making new ones, each trapped in their own loop. 17th circuit, I understood then. The village wasn't empty, it was full of everyone who ever walked this circle, everyone who ever followed their own footprints into madness. Now I'm on the 18th circuit, still walking, still following, still making tracks for another me to find. The shadows have bodies now, the whispers have faces. I recognize them all. Other knights, other sergeants, other patrollers who found strange tracks on dark nights. They're all me, different times, different circles, different traps, all caught in this endless walk around a village that never was. My legs keep moving, my feet keep making prints, the circle keeps growing. More tracks, more versions, more traps. The horse is gone. Probably ran when it finally saw the truth. Smart animal, smarter than me. The shadows reach for me now, pull at my cloak, touch my face with cold hands, show me their own circles, their own endless walks. Welcome, they whisper. Walk with us, follow with us, lead yourself astray. I can't stop walking, can't break the circle, can't escape what I've become. The village watches, empty windows like eyes, dark doors like mouths, waiting to swallow the next patrol, the next sergeant, the next me. More footprints appear ahead, more circles begin. more traps set. How many times have I walked this path? How many versions of me are walking it now? How many circles inside circles? The whispers tell me to stop counting, stop thinking, stop fighting. Just walk, just follow, just lead myself deeper into the maze of my own tracks. I see the next me approaching, following my footprints, making new ones, starting his own count, his own circles, his own story. We're all here, all walking, all following, all leading. The village was never empty. Never will be. It's full of footprints, full of circles, full of me. I'm on the 19th circuit now, or maybe the 19,000th. Numbers don't matter here. Time doesn't matter here. Only the footprints matter. Only the circle matters. Only the endless walk matters. If you find strange tracks on your patrol, don't follow them. Don't count them. Don't complete the circle. But you will. I know you will, because you're me, and I'm you. And we're all walking together, in circles. In silence, in shadows, forever. The next circuit begins. The next set of tracks appears. The next me follows. Welcome to the circle. Welcome to the walk. Welcome to forever. Your footprints are waiting. Story 9. The talisman sits in my palm. It feels warm against my skin. I found it in a forgotten corner of the fortress an hour ago. Now the shadows are moving. They wear familiar faces. And every time I look in a mirror, I see less of myself remaining. I am Brother Charles, keeper of holy relics, at the Templar fortress of Acre. For 20 years, I've catalogued every sacred object in our vaults. Every piece has a record, a history, a purpose, except this one. The talisman is small, a silver disc, no larger than a coin, symbols etched on both sides. Not Christian, not Muslim, not anything I recognize. I found it behind a loose stone in the eastern wall, no record of its existence. I should have reported it immediately. Followed protocol. Instead, I slipped it into my pocket. First mistake. The shadow started when I reached my cell. Quick movements at the edge of my vision. Dark shapes that vanished when I turned. I blamed tired eyes. Poor lighting, the setting sun. Then I saw Brother Michael. He stood in my doorway, smiled, walked away. Nothing strange about that, except Brother Michael died 3 years ago in Jerusalem. I ran after him. The corridor was empty, but the shadows moved more boldly now, took clearer shapes, showed me faces I knew, faces I remembered, faces that should be dead. Brother Thomas from the siege of 87, Sister Agnes from the hospital, Commander Gerard from the last defense of Antioch, all dead, all walking these halls again. The talisman grew warmer. I could feel it through my robe, pulsing like a heart. When I touched it, the shadows grew stronger, more solid, more real. They started speaking, whispered words in forgotten languages, showed me things, memories, not mine, theirs. Thomas dying on the walls, Agnes burning in the hospital, Gerard's last stand at the gate, perfect recall of their final moments, their pain, their fear, their end. I tried to put the talisman back. The loose stone wouldn't move. The wall had sealed itself. No mark to show where I'd found it. More shadows came, more faces, more memories. Everyone who ever died in this fortress, everyone who ever served here, everyone who ever touched that silver disc. They followed me to the evening meal, stood behind my brothers, showed me how each would die, when each would die, why each would die. Brother James choked on his soup, stared at me. Are you well? You look what? Different. Faded somehow. I ran to my cell, looked in the mirror. My reflection was wrong, transparent at the edges. Like a drawing someone had started to erase. The shadows pressed closer, spoke clearer, showed me why. The talisman wasn't just a relic. It was a door, a trap, a hungry thing that ate memories, ate lives, ate souls. It had eaten them all. All the shadows, all the faces, all the dead. Now it was eating me. I went to Brother Paul, our eldest scribe, showed him the talisman, tried to explain. He looked at my empty hand. There's nothing there, he said. But I felt it, saw it. The silver disc burned in my palm. The shadows laughed. Paul didn't see them either. Didn't see how faded I'd become. Didn't recognize me at all. Have we met? He asked, are you new here? I'd known him for 20 years. Worked with him every day. But the talisman was eating those memories too. Eating my place in the world. The shadows explained everything now. Showed me how it worked, how it had worked before, how it would work again. The talisman finds someone, shows them. Shadows, feeds them memories, erases them slowly, makes room for more shadows, more memories, more food. I ran to the records room, searched the oldest scrolls, found gaps in our history, missing brothers, forgotten faces, all taken by the silver disc, all become shadows. My reflection is mostly gone now. I pass brothers in the hall. They look through me, don't remember me, don't see me. The shadows are my only company, my only friends. They understand. They went through this too. Became what? I'm becoming. The talisman burns hotter, shows me more, teaches me more, prepares me for the end. I see its whole history now. Thousands of years, thousands of victims, priests, warriors, scholars, all found it, all kept it, all fed it. It's not evil, not exactly, just hungry, always hungry, needing memories, needing lives, needing souls to keep it warm. The shadows crowd around me now, welcome me, teach me, show me how to be like them, how to whisper, how to show, how to feed. I try writing this down, warning others, but the ink fades as I write. The words vanish like my reflection, like my memories, like me. My brothers walk past my cell, don't see me sitting here, don't hear me calling, don't remember I ever existed. The talisman will wait now, hide itself again, wait for the next keeper, the next victim, the next meal. All I can do is watch, whisper, remember. I see the next keeper already, young brother arriving tomorrow, fresh from Jerusalem. He'll find the talisman. Exactly when he's meant to, exactly where he's meant to. We'll welcome him, teach him, feed with him. The shadows move closer, offer cold hands, familiar faces, perfect understanding. I am Brother Charles, was Brother Charles, will be just another shadow soon. The talisman burns, the memories fade, the hunger grows. Welcome to the shadows, welcome to forever, welcome to us. Just don't touch strange relics in forgotten corners, but you will. We all did, and will be waiting, with familiar faces, and perfect memories, forever. Story 10. The crosses appear every night now, scratched into the stone floor of my cell. I count them each morning. There are 37 today, one for each man I killed in Damascus. Someone knows what I did. Someone is counting. The footsteps outside my door never leave marks, but I know they're there. I am Brother Etienne, a veteran Templar of 15 years. I've done things, terrible things. Things the Order never officially sanctioned, but quietly rewarded. Now those things have come back to judge me. It started 3 weeks ago. I was praying in the monastery chapel, normal evening routine. The air felt different that night, colder, heavier, like the moment before a storm. I heard footsteps behind me, turned to look. Nobody there, but the footsteps continued, circled my position, stopped directly behind me again. My hands shook as I reached for my dagger. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The footsteps moved again, walked to the altar, stopped. A cross appeared in the stone floor, cut itself into the rock. Deep, clean, perfect right angles, no tool marks, just appeared like a wound opening in flesh. I ran, locked myself in my cell, counted my breaths until sunrise, tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. The next morning, I found a cross scratched into my cell floor, identical to the one in the chapel. Brother Martin saw me staring at it. "What's wrong?" he asked. "The cross, here on the floor." He looked down, looked back at me. "What cross?" That's when I knew. The crosses were only for me. Only I could see them. Only I knew what they meant. More appeared each night, one by one, each marking a death I'd caused, each perfectly carved into stone that showed no marks to other eyes. The footsteps got louder, more frequent. They followed me through the monastery, stopped when I stopped, moved when I moved, always just behind me. Brother Thomas noticed my paranoia. "You seem troubled," he said during morning prayers. "Do you hear anything?" I asked. "Footsteps, when no one's there, only your own." He touched my shoulder, drew back quickly. "You're freezing." The cold never left me now. It settled in my bones, spread from the crosses in my floor, climbed the walls of my cell in frost patterns that spelled out names. Names of the dead. Names I hadn't thought about in years. Week 2, the first face appeared, reflected in my water cup. Young man, dark eyes, throat cut in an alley in Damascus. He stared at me until I dropped the cup. The faces multiplied, showed up in windows, mirrors, polished metal, any reflective surface, all watching, all waiting, all bearing the wounds I gave them. I stopped looking at reflections, covered the small mirror in my cell, avoided windows. It didn't help. The faces found other ways to watch. They formed in shadows on the walls, pressed against the inside of my eyelids when I tried to sleep, waited in every dark corner. The crosses kept appearing, one each night, perfect count of my sins. The footsteps got closer, the faces grew clearer, the names frosted deeper into my walls. Brother Thomas found me scratching at the crosses one night, trying to erase them. My fingers were bloody, the stone unmarked. "There's nothing there," he said. "You need rest, need confession." But how do you confess sins that were never officially committed? How do you seek absolution for orders that were never officially given? The faces knew, the crosses knew, the footsteps knew. Week 3, the whispering started. Voices from empty rooms, words in languages I pretended not to understand, prayers from faiths I'd helped destroy. They repeated my crimes back to me. Every detail, every moment, every death I dealt in dark places. All the Order's unofficial work, all the quiet killings, all the secret graves. I stopped sleeping. The faces waited in my dreams, showed me their deaths from their perspective, made me feel what they felt, see what they saw. The cold spread through the monastery. Other brothers shivered near me, hurried past my cell, crossed themselves without knowing why. The footsteps never stopped now, day or night, always following, always counting paces, always matching my stride. Yesterday, Brother Thomas brought the abbot to my cell. They found me counting crosses only I could see. "Tell me what troubles you," the abbot said. I told him everything: the footsteps, the faces, the crosses, the cold, the names in frost, the whispered crimes. He listened without expression, touched the floor where I pointed at crosses, looked at walls covered in frozen names only I could read. "These scenes," he said finally, "they were necessary. The Order required them. But they were never ordered," I said. "Never written, never confessed. Some work must remain unofficial, unrecorded, unknown, but not unjudged." The voices whispered. The abbot didn't hear them. New crosses appeared as he spoke, carved themselves into stone between us. 37 now. Perfect count. Perfect. Judgment. The faces pressed closer. The footsteps circled. The frost spread. "You need rest," the abbot said. "Time to recover." "Time won't help," the voices whispered. "Time doesn't erase. Time doesn't forgive." He left me alone. Left me with the crosses, the faces, the footsteps, the judgment. They're all here now. All 37. All watching, all waiting, all judging. The footsteps stop at my door each night. Count out 37 paces. Match each cross, each face, each name. The cold reaches everyone now. Brothers, avoid my cell. Avoid my presence. Avoid the chill of judgment they can't see but can feel. I understand now. This isn't haunting. This is justice. Every cross, every face, every footstep, every whisper. Perfect record of unofficial sins. The Order may not judge, may not know, may not confess, but someone does. Something does, and judgment comes. One cross at a time, one face at a time, one footstep at a time, until the count is perfect, until the record is complete, until justice is done. The 38th cross appears tonight. I know whose death it marks. The footsteps approach, the faces watch, the frost spreads, judgment comes for us all, one cross at a time.